Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome and thanks for being here. How are folks today? Hey Maurice, hey PF Dennis, Queasy Diver and Bill, Dougal and Tuxedo and Rod and Doom. How are folks? Hey Andrew, hey Andres and Magnati, Lars and Greg and Steve, Brian and Kobe. Hey Martin and Stuart and Turtle Crawler. How are folks? See Cadwell, and who else? Kevin. And I think I got everybody. These are a little easier. A little fewer people to scroll through. Happy 3-day weekend for those that get to have one. Hey Makerus. Hey Shammy. We are back on the Reaper build. And we're going to be constantly poked by this guy, who I need to trim his claws. This is Kobe's first member stream. I did see that. Welcome, Kobe. Thanks for being here. It is the weekend. Okay. Oh, gee. Constant. So what do we have going on? Oh yes, this is a constant battle to trim, and he hates his claws being trimmed. Felix is okay with it, so I have to couch him when he's asleep. So, no 3-day weekend for you, retired. Well, you get a 7-day weekend. No build, no only play, I know. Hey Joey. I did it. It was a little more than 2 weeks ago. What do we got going on? Before we get into the build, there are a few things that are going on that are fun. If you haven't seen it, this is a cool project. Let me find a link. Copy link. Our own turtle crawler here is playing with something that looks very interesting. Flex arm. It is a heat set insert tool that works kind of like a magnifying glass on an arm, on a spring-loaded arm type thing. The cat in Man in Black. This is Saturday 6. Monday's a holiday, yeah. Well, observed. Yeah, Turtle's seen this. He's somewhat familiar with it. So here's a good little indicator. The arm keeps the iron perpendicular to the surface. Hey, John Tech. Welcome. So this looks really interesting. This, I feel like, is in addition to one of these other presses. So I'll probably leave one regular press here and I'll build this, and then I'm going to put a press. This will allow me to put a press in the other garage. So, and it sounds like a few vendors are gearing up to do kits for this. So there's a whole little thing here. So this is new. I'm sure if you have any feedback or any questions or whatever, Turtle here would love to hear them. I do need to share the link, you're right. I usually do that right as I'm getting ready to show it. But so going forward with that, I do have all the parts printed. I'm trying to use filaments that I have on the shelf that I don't expect to use for too many things. So I have some KVP gold, and it's not nearly as close to heat set insert color, but it's probably about as close as I can get. That was the idea there. Hey Anton, hey John, hey Dougal. So parts and parts. Woo! Uh-oh, I better get that, otherwise I'm gonna forget where it went. Parts and parts for that. It's not a sparkle filament. It's not. It's pretty. It's more. I wouldn't call it mustard. It's not yellow enough to be mustard. There's a pretty good sheen on the bottom surface, but there's this. So Turtle, I modeled a recess. This is a flanged bushing. The BOM actually calls for just a regular bushing. I bought a flanged one. So I modeled a recess here. This thing is really tight. I haven't pushed it all the way in. It will go all the way in, but once it's there, I'll have to destroy the part to get it out if I want to change it. But no, you're right. You're right. This is not a bad looking gold as far as gold filaments go. You're right. I've had this for a very long time. I mean, when I was still getting KVP stuff. So little wire clips, but this uses. I've got a box, project box. This uses MakerBeam 1515 extrusions, and this is 300 millimeter lengths. I'm going to use these as is, and then there's the other various. There's a pin for it to rotate on, and then to clamp to my work surface. These fence clamps is what's going to be used. So these Hatchbox paint-free ABS golds. It's pretty close. Yeah, you've seen me use that, right, PF? Paint-free ABS gold is really the closest, the best gold filament out there, in my opinion. However, it's really interesting to print, and I'm not sure about its ultimate durability for functional parts. I use it. It's working on a V0, but I hesitate to recommend it to the general printing populace. So, what were those parallel pliers called? Knipex. Knipex. These. There's a part number. You pause and this is, and the 180 is the length. They make 150, 250. Yeah, 250. But Knipex, and apparently, in a more limited selection of sizes, Harbor Freight has a reasonable alternative for those. I have not tried them myself, but I've heard from quite a few people that they're a pretty reasonable and less expensive alternative. I've used it on my Trident, so far so good. Yeah. Hatchbox silver ABS once, and layer adhesion was pretty bad. In general, silver ABSs are the only ABS mind you, silver ABS is the only ABS I've had to dry. So silver ABS, something about it, it prints a whole lot better when it's dried. So they're called You Need a Pair. Hey, Eric. B. McNichol. What are you getting into? Okay. I think that was the thing. We opened the Core 1 on Monday, and I've been printing quite a bit with it. I printed a little bit of ABS, but I've been printing my skipper. Here, this is good for the content. This is a 3DSets. This is a 3DSets boat. I printed all three of these parts, reprinted them on the Core 1. And this is a 18.5-hour print, a 14-hour print, and like a 7-hour print for this one. So it's a lot of printing for that. I think this goes like this. This goes like this. There, and that's the skipper. But what happened is I needed to reprint this part because when I printed on the Mark 4S over here, here in the colder garage, the corners around here lifted quite a bit. I actually have that piece over here. And by quite a bit, for any other part, it would be fine. You can kind of see the transition there. If you can, yeah, you can see a line right along here. And all this lifts, and what happens is, when you put this up against a other flat surface, you end up with quite a gap. And I attributed that to the cold environment. Even though it's PLA, less likely to warp. I did all the bed prep stuff. It did that. So I decided to try it on the Core 1, which with it closed, maintained a steady 26C in the chamber with all the fans and vents on. And this is completely flat. I hold this down against my quartz table over there, and it is flat. So there is none of that. You can see there's no break in that surface that you could see on the other one. So very much happy with that. This is another piece I printed. And then this one. Yeah. So very much pleased with that. And that's a lot of just getting a lot of print time on it. I'm gonna need to switch to doing more enclosed filament prints. So ABS, ASA. I did discover that Prusa does not turn on a cooling fan for that printer for ABS. So this is an ABS part. This is the front. This is the front of the Torque, which is the new 3DSets model. And it turned out really good. So I did not do any specific tuning. This is Polymaker lime green ABS, and I used the Hatchbox built-in profile. I printed a couple of Voron cubes. One of them I think I used the Prusament profile maybe. The other one I used the Hatchbox profile just to see what the built-in ones, if any of them would be close. I think for this Polymaker I need to tweak it a little more, so it's not perfect, but it is very good. Where I noticed the problem, and as it was printing, is this overhang here, because it prints like this. This is the build surface. It prints like this and goes up. That overhang in there was a little ugly, and that's what triggered me to look at the cooling. I noticed part cooling fan was off, and so I turned it to 35%, but I think the damage had already been done through here. It couldn't recover, so I need to try redoing this with fan from the beginning or from after the first few layers and see what happens. So what I'm kind of, Kobe, I'm kind of going through just kind of miscellaneous stuff before we get into the actual build, things I've been working on over the week. So we will be working on this 3DSets Reaper. The yellow parts you saw was, for Eric's question, was the 3DSets Skippy, which is their boat. So, hey Ricky, Bear Cool, who else? Benchy might be a good test print to verify your part cooling settings. This is Polymaker lime green ABS, which is my lead contender for the Torque. I want to print the body in ABS, and I want to make it in the style more of a 1970 Barracuda, which Sublime, or what was the other name for it? Sublime and shoot, I'm drawing a blank. I know it. Sublime was the Dodge color. There's another color for Plymouth, and since it's Plymouth Barracuda, it's actually named something different. But Sublime was only available in 1970. So, and then yes, I'll probably end up with a black hood and mimicking a vinyl roof, and then the little lip spoiler on it. So my Challenger was a 1970 Sublime. Yeah. Yep. So the Challenger and the Barracuda were sister cars. So the Challenger was the Dodge. So the Dodge Challenger was available in Sublime, and the what are you getting? Okay. And the Plymouth Barracuda was available in the equivalent color, and I can't remember what it was. It'll come to me, or I'll look it up. Hey BLD. Anyway, This is ABS prints off the Core 1. My expectation is to print all of the torque on the Core 1 as a project to put it through its paces. Limelight, thank you, C. Caldwell. Limelight. So Plymouth Limelight and Dodge Sublime. Dodge Chrysler Corporation had a series of colors that were very cool back in those days. So, okay. My dad had a Sublime, I don't remember what year, Super B. So we are building, for anybody who happens to be new, we are building this model. So this is 3dsets.com. Links in the description too. 70s cars imitated 70s clothing. Bright. So this is what we'll end up with somewhat. I'm going to change. I'm not going to do as many of the options as they have here. I'm not going to do the smokestack style exhaust. I'm not a big fan. And I'm probably not going to throw all the extra things in the bed. I'm a little more minimal is my style, if you couldn't guess. But it is a 40s-ish style rat type hot rod pickup. Had it taken away because you got caught by the principal drag racing by the school. Oops. So yeah, we won't do as many of the bed things like the fire extinguisher and nitrous bottles. I don't think I'm going to put in there. I think it'll look better, cleaner. We'll see. They can be added or removed. But the thing about this particular model is it has adjustable ride height. So there's extra servos here in the rear and in the front up here that will change the position of the upper shock mount to affect a different ride height. So with that, they have a great build guide out here. So, and that is linked off of the main page. And where are you guys? What are you guys doing? Where did you guys get off to? There you are. Oh, you were back there. They both come out from behind the toolbox. What? We weren't doing nothing. I'm intrigued by the magnetic suspension on a new car they announced. Me too. I've been meaning to actually print that up. I printed up the transmission because the transmission changed. But okay. We were down here somewhere. We had gotten into building the body, put in the windshields. Hey, Raven. And hey, Deanna. What else do we have? Buddha, welcome. We built this stuff, put in the windshields. I did not put on the windshield wipers because those can go last and they tend to be fragile. So we're waiting on that. I just got in from making a special delivery for work. Now to watch some auto body work. Interior was started. Now the exterior is more like Ford-ish hot rod. The interior we found is from a Dodge, right? 50s Dodge is what this particular layout mimics. Bob, welcome. My dog blew off her leash this morning while I shoveled the driveway. I had to call her back over a couple of times. She would roam into the park. Well, that's the fun place to be, right? So we got all this done, and this is this. So I used the MMU3 to do the steering wheel and the gauges, and you're able to affect a cooler. If you look at the details, you can get close to this by doing just filament swaps per layer, but the way this model is, you can't do these dials in different colors. You have to have the hash marks and the arms in the same color because they're all on the same layer. So, hey Steve. So yeah, I'm really pleased with how this turned out, especially that steering wheel. And I did this, it's not a multi-material part. I went to Prusa Slicer and just painted the surfaces that I wanted to be different colors. 53-ish Dodge, yeah. So, there's that. We got through here, we got the seats. We decided to do the silver seats. Okay, so one thing we did miss is up here we have electronics. So we need to get into electronics. That's our first. Here's this guy. This is the page we're gonna live on for a little bit today. I need to get the wiring done and figured out. So I have some extra, I cut a lead off of a very cheap servo that I'm never going to use. So I get some extra wire so we can work on lengthening servo leads. I gotta figure out to what areas these go. So we've got a floorboard here, that the receiver goes in here, and the speed control goes over here. I don't know if it would be reasonable to pull the roof back off. I don't think I want to, so I'm gonna try to, I made it hard on myself, but we're gonna use it, put it together like it is, I think. The dash was printed on my Mark IV with the MMU3. It could be printed on the black box. I'm gonna get Felix down from this bench. There's all kinds of stuff you're gonna knock over if I don't. This is not a fun place to be. Wow. Can you guys hear that? He's such a whiner. He's such a whiner. I wouldn't have expected that from him being a kitten to just letting me hold him however, to now he's turned into a little whiner. But he doesn't really like go beyond just that little whine. Oh, there we are, okay. They do want treats. Let's do treats. Maybe we can get them appeased for a little bit. Let's do treats real quick. And you want treats? Come on down. Let's do treats. Oh, look at that leap. You guys didn't see that, but Oscar leapt from the bench over to the chair. He's like, me first, me first. Did you see him grab my fingers with his paws? That was hilarious. There you go. Don't forget that piece. And I've got a spot for this stuff now on the side of my workbench. I bought some, these are magnetic spice holders that work perfect over there. I can put all my liquid stuff over here, the stuff that's appropriate. That way I don't have to have them up here on my workbench. It's awesome. You saw the chair move from it. Yeah, that was a pretty good leap. It was 4 or 5 feet. There we go. Hey, Collie. Oscar's had treats on his mind since the start of the stream. This is his favorite place. So if I go into the other garage, they'll come in there, but they don't bug me. they kind of play around the printers and stuff. I come out here, Oscar's got his butt seated in that chair and pawing at my waist. Hey, pay attention to me, give me treats. Hey, Rick. Okay, so let me grab the electronics. Where did I put those? They're in a box. They're in a box. What's in the box? Electronics. That's what's in the box. Receiver. And I'll keep this out because there's stuff I probably need out of here, but yeah. Hey, 007. Did I say hi, Rick? Hi, Rick. Okay, so we are going to need to extend the wires on the speed control, and I think I'm going to do that by removing the heat shrink here and the connector, the bullet connector side, and extending this side. I want the connection to be under here, right where these are, so I can get to it from underneath. And we'll probably, I think is there a spot in here for, yeah, there's a zip tie spot here, and we'll probably zip tie to the frame as well. So that's not Kitty Chew toy. So let's put that out of the way. So we need some, looks like 18 gauge maybe. That's not for you. This is 16 gauge. Okay. And then we'll put a XT60 on here, which I think with this sitting right here, I think that'll poke out just far enough. There you go, you see that? Yep. Just far enough for me to be able to plug it in back here without having to extend those wires. Hey, Liz. So let me grab the silicone wire box and maybe just the silicone wire box. It's my cat's surefire way of getting my attention sitting on the keyboard. Okay, that is just an empty bag. I don't need that. This is 16 gauge. You barely made that. Yes, this is not Treats bag, by the way. You guys know this is not Treats bag. Now I've already pulled some of the black off here. I guess I'm just gonna keep going. This is molded together silicone pairs, but this is what I have. So that's what we're gonna do. And it is very enticing for the cats, apparently. So Eric, the body is a special color. So it's from Proto-Pasta, and it's a PLA. They have a color called Blood of My Enemies Red. And this is done by Bob Carnes here. It's custom, there we are. From one of the workshops that Proto-Pasta does. And it's basically a Blood of My Enemies Red with a black glitter. Okay, if this goes here, I'm just trying to get an idea of how much. We only need probably about that much each. So there. So we'll get a little extra. Oops. I'm gonna do this over here so I have less interference. I need to buy some just regular like silicone wire spools, because this isn't ideal to be using this, but it is the correct stuff, so it just seems like a little bit of a waste. How much? That's about that much, that much, that much. There we go, we'll try that. Okay. Base color is a bit lighter, but the black glitter makes it darker, so the end result is darker. So I got a length of mostly black silicone wire in the same gauge as this. Yes, yes, this is all kinds of fun toys here. We're not gonna make very much progress today, are we? Oh, okay, you go for tail. That's better. Go for the tail. Tobin's near the X-Acto for a minute. He's paused it. Oh yeah, I don't keep a very fresh blade on those because I mostly use it for trimming plastic and stuff, and you don't need a fresh X-Acto blade for most of that. So it would take quite a bit of force for him to actually. Oh, is he gonna do it? Here, we might get a leap. He's thinking about leaping to the chair. You gonna leap to the chair? Come on, right here, right here. Wow. Oh, you both cheated. Felix face cam, yeah. He was doing the little, thinking about doing that full leap. Okay. So I know I'm gonna need to change this. So let's get this done. And I could really use my chair, but whatever. The one where Steve got nothing done. Laura, how are you? Hey, Spectra. This is very true. I was very surprised. I feel like might have screwed up my numbering on these streams because 36 actually seems like a low number considering how many I've doubled up, how many months I've doubled up for this build and the Sakura build last year. Because when they were, so you see, these are just soldered into a pocket, so this is going to be very easy to extend. On the way to Micro Center, have fun. Hey there, Ranch Kid. Say hi to Sean for me. Micro Center's dangerous. Is there a Micro Center up in Washington, in the Seattle area? I wonder. I didn't keep track of which one was which. Oh well. Shoot. I probably should. I can do that. Which one did I cut off second? Did I cut the orange one or the yellow one second? Anybody remember? I wonder if there's a picture on the box. picture on the box. Picture? Nope, not that one. This one. Picture, picture. Aha! Nope, it was yellow first. I mean, it was orange first, then yellow second, according to the box. There we go. Middle is yellow, yep. There we go. Just kind of leave those right there. Found it on the picture of the box. It doesn't matter. No, this is not a censored brushless. So it really, you're absolutely right. It doesn't matter. Because you change direction of the motor by swapping a pair, but as long as they're, yeah, it doesn't matter. Nearest Micro Center, LA and Denver. Okay. Someone gave me a CR10V3 that was in pieces. So I got a clipper running on my Ender 3. Didn't make any difference in speed. I'm also working on another something. I do like the colors to match. So it doesn't matter functionally. It does matter OCP wise. Okay, I've got a, yep, that in there, turn that on. Prusa extruder. Oh, interesting. Like a, not a next extruder, but a previous gen extruder. Screw in there. Let's set this down like that. Like that. That'd be a little better. Hey, Thomas. Wish I had invented the OmniFixo. It's a really handy little tool, isn't it? That is hot. Probably want a little bit of solder to get this going. With Creality fans and motor. So you didn't have to stick with the 5-volt stuff, probably, or just what you had. Refresh this tip. I was using this tip the other day to remove heat set inserts. So there we go. There we go. That is going to be very hot. The little silicone pads did their job and didn't melt, so that's good. Seattle's a 4-hour drive, either Micro Center is 16. Yeah. Are you going to Rocky Mountain, Bob? No. No Rocky Mountain. Are you going to Murph? Someone said, who said, Steve Alpha, are you going to Rocky Mountain? You're pretty close. There we go. Definitely, cool. Not likely, may have to miss Earth this year too. Well, that's a bummer. Probably on Sunday. I'm extending the wires, Spectra. So these Hobbywing controllers come with very short wires on them. It's very kind of irritating. The speed control sits inside the cabin right here. There's a hole in the tunnel for the wires to go. Then they follow the frame up to the motor. Now these are actually gonna go up the other side of the frame. So we're gonna reroute these to the other side. Ooh, hot, hot, hot. There we go. So we'll let those sit there and cool down. So the servo wires we're gonna reroute to this side, and we'll probably kind of zip tie them to the frame along the edge here. And then there's another hole in the tunnel on this side where the receiver sits in here. So, PF, you're going to Rocky Mountain? Awesome. My trip is all set. I've got Loveland Hotel, and then Max and I have hotel on the way there and back because we're driving again. The servo wires don't get in the way of the linkage. No, we can route them and tie them out of the way so that they will not. I mean, it'll be a matter of making sure that things are tied out of the way and stuff, but it will be fine. We'll have to figure out what the best way to do that is, since the steering servo comes out over here and the right height servo is here. Hey Keith, welcome. Where are you? Well, Felix is in his spot. No towels, but he's claimed that spot as his own apparently. Hey Jeff. Oops, that's not what I wanted. We're still kind of figuring out our routing here. So that's going to go there. This is our extension wire. And my plans right after 3D Printopia. Cool. There we go. Oh, went last year for the first time. It was a blast. Wife and I will be back again this year. Those hotel prices though. Yeah. They're not, I don't know that they're quite as bad as some people say. I'm at the Embassy Suites. I have a corner suite, the larger. I will be sharing it with someone, but for what was $1,000 hotel for my stay, it was Thursday night through Sunday night. Check out Monday morning, check in Thursday evening. Last year was $1,000, right at $1,000. This year is $1,500. So I've heard people say hotel prices are like 2 or 3 times as expensive. It's more expensive and it's significant, but it's not quite as bad as that. So the weekend that was chosen for the event is unfortunate because it's also going to mean food and stuff is going to be more crowded because other people are eating out that weekend. So you need 3D Printopia to not be the same weekend as Sean's charity bike ride. Has it been scheduled? Is 3D Printopia scheduled? I need to just plan in an extra 30% stream time for all projects going forward. I'm an Embassy too, is right around 1,000. Yeah. I've really liked the last couple of years we've gotten the corner suite. And that has been, or last year, the first year I was in a regular room. Last year, we got a corner suite, and it's just nice to have a little quiet hangout spot for multiple people. I just noticed your small collection. Just a small collection. Just a small collection. That's where they've kind of gathered. I need like a little like square, preferably if it was a nice 42 millimeter square spot to put those. His ride is the last weekend of September. .42 millimeter, because that's the answer. So we gotta keep with the answer. What is that from? There we go. We booked pretty early Thursday, Sunday, and was 700. Oh, that's nice. I didn't book until way too late, as usual. You need a Gridfinity box for those. I would hope that my 42 millimeter comment was at least somewhat humorous. Okay. Dude, you're so needy. Let's see if you, let's rediscover the warmth of the bed. Look how warm that is down there. Look how warm that is. See? See? It's warm. Nope. Okay. Let's go through here. So this is going to need to be pulled. Felix gets it. Felix gets it. Let's pull this out this way. There we go. That way, and then this one is gonna have to go. Can I get that through there? The other one went through there. There we go. So that needs to stay up along there, and that'll be, should be nicely out of the way of all the linkage. If I can get probably a zip tie right there. So let's go ahead and start putting some zip ties in place, because that'll help me figure out where are my zip ties? Where are my zip ties, Oscar? There they are. 42 is the answer. There's a little funny about life, the universe, and everything. Exactly. I need to get 42.69 to account for ABS shrinkage. Good call. Okay, let's get a few zip ties out here. Mm-hmm. Those look fun, don't they? Banana cream. I like banana cream too. Banana cream and coconut cream are big favorites of mine for pies. I like carrot cakes for cakes. Okay, let's see what we can do here. No, that's not a chew toy. Don't you chew that. Okay, so let's see if I can get these to line up next to each other. That's not a chew toy. Hopefully. There. Okay, so I think that zip tie, that stuff is gonna naturally kind of sit there. It's out of the way of anything being able to hit it. And we'll just run it along the frame here. And then it'll enter the tunnel. So I'll probably put one more zip tie right here. And we'll do basically the same thing over here, except we'll start here with the motor wires. So I'm allergic to coconut, so I'll leave that for you. I will take it. I like lemon stuff too. You mentioned key lime. I'm a big fan of like lemon bars. But give me a choice for what cake, my birthday cake, that kind of thing, it's carrot cake. This is a bigger zip tie. I grabbed two different sizes. I want the smaller zip tie. My zip tie organization is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Nope, 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 nothing in there for you. I like some carrot cake, German chocolate cake as well. I had carrot cake in an age. I need to make one and devour it. Okay, let's try this. I don't know exactly where I want this one to go, but we will. That's not a chew toy. Let's put these, no, 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 no. Okay, these are gonna go over here. Put that right there. Cake shouldn't have coconut in it. I gotta disagree with you there, Bill. I really like coconut. I like coconut in my cake. I like coconut on its own. I'm a big coconut fan. Hey, Jose. Kitty pickup sticks, yeah. Okay. I also like things like tapioca pudding or rice pudding. I like bread pudding. Not as big a fan of blood pudding. Okay. That I think is pretty clean. Now, the way this goes, let's see. This is going to go on here. Goes up there and then reaches in here. So those are going to need to be extended. So let's see how long this one I think is going to need to be extended. If I put this guy, there's no reason for that to be anywhere but the inside edge of that. What do we have here? This one's going to reach all the way, no problem, probably however I route it. So that one's not a concern. So let's put that in there right like that. That means I'm going to need probably about that much extra wire there for that to be comfortable going into there. Yeah. let's see. I think I'm going to be able to do these both with this one, definitely with this. So let's do about that much extra. That'll be more than enough. You're mentioning all my favorites. That receiver is tiny, isn't it? So this is I have the Radio Master MT12 is the radio I use. This is their 5-channel receiver. ER5C. So this is the ERS, whatever, the newer radio frequencies. Okay. Black pudding, that's right. Black pudding is what it's actually called. So I say not necessarily. I don't know that I've actually I've had it, but I don't know that I've had it enough to be able to say whether I like it or not. I would probably try it again. I would probably try it again. I just got a call from my mom. Let me make sure it's not urgent. Okay, it's not urgent. Have you paired the ESC to the controller yet while it's accessible? No, I have not. I have not. Let's see here. We got boot. That would require me figuring out how to do so. That would require me figuring out how to do so. It's better than a Chinese soup where they put cubes of congealed blood. I've had something like that at the hot pot place in Orange County last year. The place that we went with LDO. It was okay. It was a weird texture. I think you're correct in that it's a good idea to pair this. That would require me figuring out where I put my transmitter. Where did I put the transmitter? There it is. Okay, Radio Master. So, little intimidating looking for anybody that hasn't seen it, but this is probably the best value in radios. It's open source. It's up to 12 channels. You can do just about everything with it. So let's see. Radio Master. Oops. Master MT12 pair receiver. So I bought this actually off of eBay from a vendor. However, I did notice that A-Main Performance, they're a vendor that's just like less than an hour from here, or about an hour drive from here, in Chico, California. They have a pretty good price on it, $150. You can find it on eBay for as low as like $130. You can save tons of profiles. I don't know that there's a limit on the profiles. And yes, you can switch between them. So we'll be setting up a new profile. And the receivers are a good price, $18 for the 3-channel receiver. And I think I paid $22 for the 5-channel receiver. So, There are two variations of this. There's the, what is this? This is the 4-in-1, but there's also the Express LRS version. The Express LRS is a newer radio technology. The 4-in-1 gives you compatibility with older receivers. If you don't have any, there's no point. The nice thing about it is you can buy a module for either to get the capabilities of either one. So you can buy the 4-in-1 module for the Express LRS and it plugs into a spot on here. I think it plugs in on the top here. So you can get the compatibility with either from either radio. That is my keyboard. No, oh shoot. I left these over here, didn't I? I put the zip ties back over here when he wasn't here. The zip ties are apparently his favorite thing right now. Holy moly. See, Eric. I use a Radio Master transmitter. Team Associated is out there also. Team Associated what though? Team Associated and Losi are definitely high-end hobby RC companies, but what about them? They're out there, but they don't have anything. That's my pocket. What's so interesting about my pocket? Oh, in California, got it. Well, A-Main is real close here. I think Team Associated and Losi are probably SoCal or something. Oscar is being special, aren't you? Okay, what I was looking for. I don't really want to watch a video. I guess we can go to the user manual. MT12 quick start guide. This might do it. Is that right? MT12. Oh, hey, we've been here. It's already scrolled to the end of the document. We've been here. That's my finger. It's not food. Model selection and protocol selection. Let's see. It's amazing how cheap this stuff is these days. Raystar C Nitro boats and with a Futaba 3-channel. Oh yeah, well the Futabas and stuff and Spectrums are still really expensive for their high-end stuff. What you get for this radio for the price is just incredible though. Cycle power to the receiver 3 times. Oh, can I do that easily? There's no, I don't know that I have to do this, and I think I can get to it. I'm not gonna do this right now. I do too, John. When Spectrum first appeared on the market, I think I can get to it well enough. I wanna look up a little more on the instructions here, and I don't have a super easy way to power this right now. I need to figure that out, but let's, that was a little sidetrack, but I forgot that I would have to actually power the receiver, you know, who would have thought? Okay. Let's see here. Let's get this out of the way. This one is, so the short one is the steering, and this one, so let's mark these. Let's see if I can, I have a silver Sharpie. Where's my silver Sharpie? Where is my silver Sharpie? Nope, that's not for you. Know where my silver Sharpie is. So let's mark it. Lake Forest, California is where Team Associated is. Okay, so this is steering. So let's just engrave, just etch or scratch in an S. Steering. And I'm going to put this one for, what do they call this, a lowrider? So L, lowrider front. Lowrider front. And then this one we'll put lowrider rear. I'm just using this because it's a nice sharp tip I can use. Rear. Lowrider rear. Okay. I've always been partial to Team Associated. I mean, you've seen me use, this is a Team Associated factory team driver. I don't know if you can, it just says factory team, but this is Team Associated stuff. And I've always liked the RC10 series. Okay. So now let's pop all of these out and extend these wires. YZ10. What is the YZ10? I never got into the road stuff because there was no carpet tracks or indoor tracks for road around me growing up. So any of the off-road stuff I could just drive anywhere. The road stuff was much more difficult to handle. Go. There we go. Down on our maker. So we're going to call that steering. And we're going to extend these. I'm going to start fresh actually on this one because I think I was on the edge and I want to stagger these. There we go. Then my head isn't getting in the way as easy. Tarmac asphalt RC circuit in my hometown. We used to here in Sacramento, but I didn't know about that until I was an adult. As a kid, there was nothing. One of my favorite, I think it was Reading Rainbow, or one of those shows as a kid. They did a show on indoor RC cars. And that just had me hooked. That had me hooked. I was all about that. They also did one that was really interesting on ultra lightweight, little rubber band powered airplanes that they were flying indoors. That was interesting. Okay. Tiny. We're just staggering that out, which means we'll try to duplicate that here. So. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Knock it off. Yes, I know. Getting a good grip on this to hold these in place to cut them properly. Okay. Omnifixo to the rescue, maybe. There we go. There we go. Do that. A little bit more. And that. There we go. Oh, I'm not ready to, I was just cutting. I'm just cutting, I'm not ready. Thank you for the reminder of heat shrink, but I hadn't forgotten. I was just getting things lined up so I could cut the stagger in these to some level of accuracy. Now I can strip. And heat shrink. That's probably enough. The only reason I'm staggering the connections there is to try to make the bundle a little slimmer. Make the bundle just a little slimmer. Okay. I'll switch over to my smaller tip. Less bulgy. See you, Paul. I really need a fume extractor. I keep meaning to build one. I've talked about it for ages. I just haven't done it. Okay, so let's throw these on maybe this side, I guess. One. Just what I thought. No, yeah. I don't think it's getting to the point where the kittens, I've got enough volume here, and I do have a fan going, so it's being diluted, but that's looking pretty good. Oh, why didn't you remind me? You didn't remind me. I remembered for the one. You missed reminding me. Hey Gerard. Use a bigger fan that runs slower, much more effective than some of the small jet engine fans. Yeah, I have a bunch of PC like 140 or larger fans. I even have, I think, a 200 millimeter fan from an old computer. I'm just kind of figuring out the lengths here. I think this one can probably be, yeah, this one can be let's do this side. Redone here a little bit. Each one I made in CA Stream Chat. Okay. Nope, that's a drill. There we go, that'll work. Okay, so this comes up through here. I've got plenty of room here. This doesn't have to be cut down to the very edge of what it can be. Let's cut it right there, I think. It's quite a bit longer than I estimated before, so. Well, it's pretty close. If I hadn't staggered it, it's really close to what I estimated. So, but staggering it uses up that much extra wire. That would have worked if I hadn't staggered them. It would have been a little tighter, but now we will even this up to about the same lengths. But we need to put this on before I lose track of which wire is which. You could adapt a fume extractor cone to turtle crawler's new heat insert arm, swinging in and out of the way as needed. That's interesting. Interesting thought. One of the neat things about turtles design there is that the iron is a quick release. So you can pull it off and use it for other uses. It gets held in with magnets and a little V-groove, little dovetail feature. So it's... Has anyone here used the Ambrosia titanium anodized ASA filament on a project? No, I don't have any. Okay, so we're gonna go there. We're gonna do that. DuPonts. These are just DuPonts, right? I sure hope so. These are just DuPonts, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Good, because if they weren't DuPonts, I'm in big trouble. Well, the housing, I'm talking about the terminals. These housings don't have the key either. So we have to pay attention to how they plug in to begin with. Should be a, I don't see an indicator on this receiver. Here, Chapman. Oh, there it is. Got an indicator way over here. So we have ground, voltage, signal. Can't decide coffee in this stream or sleep. I'm not gonna make a suggestion. Okay, so that goes like that. What way did these go? Snip, slip in. This has to go like that. With V center, it's hard to fry stuff. Yes, that's a good point. I'm not a big fan of this crimper. This is the iWis. I just don't like ratcheting crimpers like this. They're just such a pain to deal with. Making sure things are in the right spot. Making sure we insert far enough. Is that in there? I think so. Yeah, there we go. It does make a good crimp. It's just, I prefer other styles. Well, while we're here then, let's try the other styles. I've got a Hosen. That does have the correct round thing. I gotta figure out what die. I think I want to do 1.7. So let's do this. Let's get these out of the way. That there. And right there. Maybe 1.4. There we go. Nope, that pulled right off. Okay, that's not pulling off. What is 1.7L? Let's see what 1.7L is. I'll continue my little mini rant on the PA09. I think the PA09s, maybe there's a generational change in which ones are good or bad, but I think the PA09s are a far inferior crimper. That's what I wanted, the 1.7L, or the 1.7L worked. It's a wider jaw. I do not like the PA09s. There we go, and then the round pin there. Now I will say that the iWis did a better job on all of that. So it's just a little more fiddly to get into place. It could be. They could have changed their manufacturing methods. I have 2 sets of PA09s. One made in Japan. Both of them are genuine. One made in Japan, one made in Taiwan. And both of them I do not like. The jaws do not have the same tolerances as my iWis. Okay. And for the money, if you're buying crimpers, get the iWis 2820. I do not see any difference between the Taiwan and Japanese as well. And both of them I don't like. Let me know what you think, PF Dennis, on the PA24, because I hear people like the PA24. But do I have a preference on soldering irons? I like my Weller here, but it's not made anymore. It's a WES 51. But this is just what I've been using for the past 20 years. So, Salty Day. The price is just for the STL files. Yep. You're paying for the STL files and the instructions and all that stuff. Broken crimp. Okay, so that one is done. So now we can extend the other one. It'll be here Thursday. Cool. My PA09s are in the other garage, tucked in a drawer I never open. So I would bring them out and show you the key differences. I like engineer stuff. I really like the PA06 wire strippers. I like their solder sucker. I like the side cutters. I just don't like their PA09 crimper. 1, 2. The rest of the mechanical parts are purchased separately. Correct. And if you go into the guide, the assembly guide, and the first few pages are both a fastener list and then a non-printed parts list. So like the shocks and the motor and servos, all that is in there. I will say, for my build, I usually tweak what they suggest. So these servos aren't exactly what they suggest. These are off Amazon. The shocks, I don't remember if I used their recommendation or not, but I was very careful of which ones I did buy. The key difference is that the PA09 has tighter dies and the crimp terminals get stuck in the jaws after crimping. That's not the case, Tuxedo. Here, okay, I'll be right back. Hey, Ram Online, welcome. Let's see. Okay. Welcome, Ram Online. That's what I said while I was still muted. Come on. The gaps in here, oops. There we go. And these are Taiwan. These are Taiwan PA09s. These are made in Japan PA09s. See the gaps in between the dies? Look at that. Look at the gaps between the dies. And I've used these for 5 years plus. It's not personal preference. I think it comes down to when they were made. I think it comes down to when these were made. That's the only explanation I can think of, is that their quality has gone down. Because I've got both sets. These are both. This one is from a non-Amazon, reputable, authorized reseller made in Japan. This one is from Amazon. But what I've seemed to have figured out is that these are the Taiwan made. These are the Japan made. In any case, even these are looser, I think slightly looser around the jaws than even the Taiwan ones. I gotta feel it's probably when they were made. So that's why I'm saying, if you're recommend, oh, and you see the lock is different between them too. If we're talking about recommendations for people that are asking for a recommendation for a crimper to buy, since I have new PA09s, I don't have a brand new 2820, so sure, but these are within a few years, 4 years, 5 years. They're not just in the area not involved in the crimp. They're all the way to the tip. All the way to the tip they're loose. They don't converge. You can see light all the way around it. Anyway, I'll keep these out here so I can continue my rant. If that's the worst rant you're gonna get from me, then we're doing pretty good, right? And you got to figure it's $50-ish for the engineers. It's like $20 for the iCrimp. Anybody asking about them is asking for what to buy right now. So my suggestion for buy right now is the iCrimp. Not sponsored. They have no idea who I am. Okay, let's see here. Let's do the same thing. These are going to go there. Let's do this from this side, I guess. There we go. Stagger. Hey, Armor 3D. Is this the Model 17? Is that what we have here? Model 18. The Model 17, the Sakura is. Yeah, 17 is the Sakura, right? Love the Sakura. That was a great build. There we go. Okay. My next project is a edamame. Super excited for that. Never owned a nice set of headphones. I want to do edamames, but when they do wireless. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want that. I want to do edamames when they do wireless. They have a wireless set, which I'm pretty sure is going to be a thing. The best thing I did for crimps was buy loose crimps from AliExpress. Yeah. I've actually sat here and broken off strips. Just sat here while I was watching something and did it for all of mine. So I have them. It just took some effort to do that. Okay, let's see here. Let's put this up against there. We'll do this pre-strip. It's a little easier, I think. There we go. One. Micro Center success. Going for recommendation of high five blue for my Reaper. Oh, nice. Started buying my crimps from Mouser. Yeah, honestly, genuine terminals do make a difference. Ah, I took that one too much. Oh well. Watching one of your older streams, you mentioned you worked with Megasquirt. That's cool. They were super popular back when I was in the car scene. Oh yeah. So RS Autosport, do you remember that company in Megasquirt stuff? Do you remember RS Autosport? You can't background play this stream? Why not? Sorry, Robert. Maybe because it's a member stream. Some of the weird things with YouTube on member stream. So RS Autosport was my friend's company, but I basically did everything as far as shipping and repairs and rework. I did a lot of circuit board repair on those, like rebuilding traces on boards for people that had burned out things. That's why I got this iron. This Weller is from working on that. This Weller is from doing the RS Autosport work. I was big in the Toyota Scion scene. I almost had an 06 WRX, but I had issues I didn't want to deal with. Yeah. I have a Megasquirt in my 85 Toyota 4Runner. Nice. I still have several Megasquirt boards here. I have a lot of stuff from that. Hey, Tukes. Okay, heat shrink. We're not gonna forget heat shrink. What am I driving now? A 2001 Nissan Frontier. Nissan Frontier. It is definitely on the tail end of its life, but I don't want to spend money on a used or new vehicle right now when there's not really anything I've really decided what I want. New drill press vise, nice. You should make one of those, what is Blondie Hack's favorite drill press vise? The little, what do they call it? I don't remember what it's called. You should make one of those. How many viewers today? Member streams are usually significantly lower. So we're right at about 100 people right now. Floating vise, yeah. My first turbocharged project car ran Megasport, yeah. You guys can keep cars for a long time. Yes, this is true. This is very true. That was an older truck. One of my favorite vehicles I had was a 91 Mazda. Okay, let's put this right here. Come on, go on there. Ford Falcon. Not a fractal vise. It's a floating vise setup specifically useful on a drill press. The fractal vices are cool. Next piece. I really enjoy watching Quinn's stuff. It's always makes me want to have some manual machining capabilities. I just don't have the time, not really the space yet, or money. But that stuff she does is just amazing. I spread this one out a little bit more than the other one. Two kittens' names. Felix is the black one, and Oscar is the orange tabby. Noise canceling is probably not off, or it is probably off. You're right. Did you hear all of that? I didn't think about that. There we go. Now it's back on. Did Quinn finish her train? Oh no, it's still going. Yeah, I turned it back on. Sorry about that. We had it off for the Prusa Core 1 stream. Surface a small aluminum block on the precision math used yesterday, and it looked like a CD surface. Nice. Given the amount of 3D sets you have built, what's one thing you would change on them? Documentation. Documentation in the areas of the non-printed parts. I think there is a lot of things that they could clarify and improve in that spot. I think on the Sakura, I feel like the suspension you need, at least on mine, I changed the shock ends to change the lengths of the shocks, but I think the details, I don't know exactly how to present the bits about that, but I think that's probably the big thing. That's why you heard feel it, probably. That's true. Hey, zombie. How goes it? Getting block box set up for adding water tonight. Awesome. Hey, Scott. You need to buy water still. You need to buy water. No, that didn't work. Never mind. Scratch that. Kind of filament do you print the drivetrain? I've heard the ASA or PC is best. I have some ABS glass fiber. Would that be okay? I think most of the drivetrain here is PLA. The one that they suggest changing is just the gears and the diff. The rest of it you can do in whatever filaments. The gears and the diff, they don't suggest ABS. They actually advise against ABS or PETG for the gears and the diff. They suggest either a PC blend as the primary suggestion, or PLA for the diff gears. Mine are done in PC blend, the Prusament PC blend. Always nice to watch the live stream while working on my own printers. Nice. I'm tuning some filament for the Rig V Core for IDEX. Nice. Very good. Okay, so left front. This is, yep, goes right in here like this. I'm not going to trim the rear servo, the rear lowrider servo. Downrider. I guess it's not lowrider, it's downrider. Oops. Oh well. They're labeled. It's good enough. Okay. That away, that away. Go there. So these are long enough to reach the receiver now. So now we need to extend this way. Can be low downrider. It's the low downrider. Good enough. Think this to extend these. Oops, wrong. This is what we need. Not to be confused with the down rider. This is probably going to be too big. Yep. Okay. Can't use that one, so we'll use this one. It seems like that's all the same. Some more around in thirds. There we go. Okay. This doesn't go down to 16, but it's silicone wire, so we are going to cut that square, and then we're just going to not squeeze very hard on the 18. There we go. Actually should switch to a larger tip. Heavier wire is gonna, I'm gonna need it for the bullet connector anyway. I managed to get that, but I had to put a lot of heat into it over time instead of quicker. So let me let that slow down. Silicone wires are so easy to strip. Yeah, you can basically grab them with your fingernails and strip them if you need to. Don't use your teeth. Letting the iron cool down a little bit. So while that's doing that, we can cut this connector off, I think, and get it prepped for a, and I'm never going to use this. I'm just going to cut it off. I probably have the correct tool somewhere to get these terminals out. So I'm just going to cut through the whole thing. You want to retain as much of this wire as I possibly can. What size are these? These are also 16 gauge. They are definitely a different wire because the outer diameter on these is larger than these. Were these actually 16 or was it 18? Nope, it says 16. It's very clearly 16. That one's clearly 16. It's just different brands. This is a much thinner insulation on the motor wires than on the power wires. This stuff is a lot closer to this, what I'm using. Hey, Kelvin. Unless you want to pay a fortune in dental care, yeah. Yeah, it's all 16 gauge on here. It's just different insulation. This might not, this is a thinner. It still feels like silicone insulation, but might be something slightly different. Cool enough. There we go. I will hopefully get to some actual RC building today and not just wiring. But this is a critical part of the build, so Good joint. Hey, Chris. Welcome. Chris, I got those, your MGN9 rails. You probably saw my order for those. I got them in, I put them on my V2, and holy moly, is that gantry smooth. I need to finish tightening up the belts, but it is moving good. I'm pleased with those. Okay, so you go with the standard or the high temp? Just the standard. I went with the standard. Okay, this goes on here. Let's move this out of the way. Sets on here. This is gonna go. Actually, I think I did want that right there. But this is basically gonna go through here. Hey, Mark. See how long we need each of these to be. Let's give it a little extra and make it that long, I think. We'll make them all that long, which is about what I was estimating. Right about that long is what I was figuring when I was kind of just holding my fingers up. See you, Bob. Office chair shopping, nice. I need to do that. My son needs a new office chair. What's the durability like if you actually drive them? You just reprint your parts, it's fine. You don't worry about it. You don't worry about questions like that. You just reprint your parts. Can you give me some or all your CAD skills? There you go. Still need to make a Prusa Core XY out of my Prusa enclosure. Oh, that'd be interesting. That would be interesting. So this is going to be there to there. Try my RC is too dumb to trust a fully printed one. You just reprint your parts. When you break them, you reprint. Honestly, I don't know. I don't drive my kits enough to know where the durability points are. So drum RCs, yeah. We'd be reprinting every 5 minutes. It's all about the build. It's all about the build. How's your PZ probe doing? Do you have to change any settings from the recommended ones? Yes, I absolutely had to change settings. But once I got them set, they're working fine. I'm using one on a Trident and one on a V2. The green V2 we're doing with the box turtle has a PZ probe on it, and it works fine. Actually, on the green V2, I have a beta version of the PZ circuit board on there because I fed the retail one that I got 19 extra volts, and it didn't like that. So the beta one I have doesn't actually retain settings, and I didn't realize that, but it's been working fine at the default settings. Now, that's not to be expected, but I would expect to have to tweak the default settings for your machine. I would not expect it to work with the most sensitive. It's set to the most sensitive values by default for safety of the machine. But those happen to work okay on my green V2 because I didn't realize that it didn't occur to me until later. Looking forward to the day when I finally get my buggy built. I'm gonna drive it on the beaches here in Oregon. Brent, which buggy? Is it a 3DSets model or a different model or an actual full-scale drivable buggy or what? Yeah. 3DSets, okay. I'm trying to use a Revo PZ on my custom bed slinger, but can't get it to perform consistently. Tempted to go back to a microprobe. Have you gone through all of the E3D documentation? Because it's a vibration sensor. If you've got too much vibration sensor in there that you can't tune out, then you may have a hard time. But it's all about during homing moves. Now you can change things. You can reduce the current during homing. You can change the speed of your homing. And actually sometimes faster is better with that because it is a vibration sensor. It's reading an impact. So understanding what causes it to trigger and what you can do to change that is helpful. You see a drag race between this and the orange Nissan when you're done? I only have one radio. They're both set up to the same radio. So that would be tough. That's not true. I have like, probably 5 or 6 radios, but only one that uses these receivers. Make sure I don't have any sharp edges here on this solder joint. Need to get the pin out of the Creality so I can problem solve on how to hook up the Prusa Pinda probe to the board. So the Prusa Pinda board is 5 volts, remember that. That's critical when you're dealing with that. Don't feed it either 7 or 19 extra volts, depending on what that Creality board uses. Okay, these go here. Yeah. Perfect control both receivers with the same controller. Okay. Here. There. 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 Ah. Be perfect to do. Going to take forever for these parts to print. What are you printing? I've got a set of my headphone cubicle hangers going on the Core 1 right now. But after those are done, I think I'm going to switch back over to printing some ABS and doing some ABS testing on it. Oh, I see. What, is there a model out there that you found or something for that? My first printer was a CR10, the original 12-volt single lead screw. And I made an under printer enclosure for it. Worked pretty well. Found on printables. Yeah, if you search for, here, this probably isn't going to work for you, but it's always fun to think back on early things. If we go back to Thingiverse and let's search for STV PTRSN. I think that'll get it up to me. Oh, there's remixes of stuff. Well, we can go here. Here's a hypercube part I designed. This is for 3 lead screws set up, but if we go here, here's my all-in-one CR10 setup that I did. There's a, where's underneath? Just cable chains, and is there an under? Oh, there we are. Yeah, underneath the printer stuff. And I did dual lead screw with single stepper setup here. I revised this to 2 different individually controlled later, but yeah. That's not a CR10, that's an early switch wire. I made a E3D Titan based tool head here. This is the only fan duct I've ever modeled, and it seemed to work okay actually. E3D Titan stuff. Yeah. Fun things. This is where I originally published bin dividers and things. Different spool holder because the SaneSmart TPU is too wide for the spool holder that came with my Mark III. Yep, fun stuff. Yeah, I can link this. This is all circa in between 2017 and 2019 or so is when I was posting here. this is something I was kind of proud of. This is a Hypercube Evolution. These are like the rod holders, and this is my beginnings of reorienting parts and thinking of ways to print them without using supports. So a better print orientation without using supports on this. They go right there. So. Favorite non-Voron printer? That's a good question. Let's stick this in the community printer, community projects, because Voron's basically a community project. So let's stick away from commercial stuff. So that excludes Prusa, that excludes the Magneto X, that kind of stuff. So let's compare more apples to apples. So, and my experience with that is in like the Mercury One, the Black Box, the VZ-Bot, the Positron, those things. Of those so far, now I'm gonna say this because I really do, and I know Chris is here, so I really do need to get off my keister and print with the Black Box. But the Mercury One is probably the one that I use the most outside of a Voron. So. So things that stop me from using a printer. Let's go through. This might be a good or bad. The VZ-Bot, the reason I don't use it much, it kind of started with the display stopped working. And I finally got a new display for that. So now my next hurdle with the VZ-Bot is the Z offset. Now Chris, KB3D, has provided me with a Hall effect end stop that I want to try, because I need the way that the Z calibration or Z stop is done on the VZ-Bot, it's positioned at Z min, which means there's no over travel for fine tuning your first layer. My idea behind using the Hall effect sensor is because the Hall effect sensor will allow me to have some over travel without colliding with parts. So that's what's holding me up on that. Black Box, it's all about spool management and access to the printer. I think the getting into where I have it set, getting in through the front door is a little crowded, but spool management I've got solved. So now it's a matter of actually throwing prints at it and getting time to throw prints at it. I feel like I've figured out a spool solution. So the only thing holding it up now is just me making time to work on it, to throw prints at it. I have things for you when the time comes, by the way, what we changed the stream together to fix the coordinates affected the probe tools macro. Cool. I'm ready. I mean, I'm not ready to try things, but I'm ready to receive things. So I can just, the way many of you I'm sure work is the thing you work on is what comes to the front of your mind at the time. So having things around, if you have things for me to change, having those available would actually help to be able to say, okay, well tonight I'm really finally fed up with that sitting over there not being used. I'm gonna work on it right now. That kind of thing helps with, right? I think most of the VZ team uses Beacon now, so the stock Z end stop isn't a priority for them. I get it. I 100% get it. I also feel like I was getting excellent first layers if I took the time to tune in the offset. I think having a end stop with some over travel capability will just make that easier. And I don't feel like it needs like especially mine's a 235. There's not a lot of, once you get it dialed in, it doesn't change over time. That's one of the good things about having a belt loop for the Z controls. It's got 2 lead screws, has 2 lead screws. and they're connected with a pulley and a belt to one stepper to control Z. I don't like that setup because it's very fiddly to get set up correctly the first time, but once it's set, it's set. So. Anyway, what other things? Positron, I don't use a lot, and there's not, I need to put the new cooling stuff on because I got the little Ollie resin printed cooling duct on it. There's no real reason that I don't print with that other than it's just a PLA and PETG printer, and I haven't had real reason to bring it out and print with it. So. What other projects do I have out there? I think that's pretty much it. Okay. Let's go back to this view, I guess. Get these soldered in, and then I'm going to need to find my colored heat shrink. I still haven't found where I tuck that. Rook! I like the way that my Rook came out. I spent a lot of time doing wire management and a little bit of extra work to make that fit. I don't understand how folks can use that as a basis for a high-speed printer because it's rather floppy, but it's a fine project. And I gave it away, I shipped it away. So I don't have any, I have a great excuse for why I don't print with it. I don't have it anymore. Hey, Iconic Fab. Congratulations on your it's down here for a little more stability, on your box turtle kit win. I'm sure you've already been contacted about that. There we go. Hold that in place a little better. So when you're talking about an Ender 3, and making it print well, it's going to start at the very foundation. Making sure that that frame is square, making sure everything is tight, making sure that if you're still using the V wheels, making sure that they're all smooth and tensioned properly. Very fundamental checks on a printer like that. Any of the Creality, any of those inexpensive mass-produced printers are going to have variations in how the frames are cut, put together, how everything is done on those. So you can make a well printing, good working Ender 3, and it'll print out of the box, but it'll print better if you go through and like clean everything up. I think my Mercury 1 works as well as it does because I completely redid the frame. I didn't change extrusions, but I took it all apart. I squared up all the ends. I made sure that like extrusions were exactly the same length, all that. Box turtle crawled like in a week with DHL from China, very speedy turtle. Did yours end up getting shipped from China? I know Jason had a few in stock that he was shipping out. So the tools I use for squaring up extrusions, I use a disc sander. And I spend a lot of time with a square, an accurate square, and setting up my fence on a disc sander to square extrusions. I don't have great tools for it either. I don't have a good mill for that exact purpose. But I have found that I can get very accurate ends and lengths of extrusions by just spending a bunch of time. It's not quick, spending a bunch of time with a disc sander. It's faster to Europe from China. Well, the first winner, Schlonky Kong, his was shipped from Jason in LA to him in, shoot, he's in Europe somewhere. So. Okay, so that is done. And we are going to, maybe I'm going to put a couple of little zip ties around here to make this a little bit more of a bundle. Seems like a quick fixturing setup on Milo might be in order. That was a lot more work to me mentally than setting up my disc sander, but you're right. A good setup on the, he's in Denmark actually, yeah. Then trying to go through the process to set it up on Milo. But you're right, that would be a good potential way to do it. I am going to actually, because they're smaller than zip ties, I'm going to see if I can put some heat shrink around these. Darn it. Let's try this. Yeah. The next size up is quite a bit larger, I think. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, let's try this one. That one will go on there. Let's see if it'll shrink down enough. I'm just going to make little strips. And this is basically, I'm just going to use little strips of heat shrink to hold this as a bundle instead of individual wires. Just do 3 of these. That. So I've got, and I should be able to trace, it's only 3 thick wires. I should be able to trace them to get the proper heat shrink on the ends when I find my stuff. If we put a something like that. We are almost ready. Come on. There we go. I think 3 of these will do. There. Something like, yep, put that right in the way. I have a buck converter, so how would I lower the voltage? Spectra, for that Pinda, I'd actually be looking, I don't know if this ends up getting a little more involved, but you don't necessarily have to plug it into the, especially if you're running Clipper, you don't have to plug it into the port that it says. Any of the end stops on that board should be 5 volts. You can plug it into any end stop. I wouldn't worry about lowering the voltage on the probe port on that, because it's probably 12 or 24 volts. It's probably 24 volts on that. Kind of think outside. Some of this custom printer stuff means thinking outside of the box. Like the probe doesn't have to go into the probe port. You're gonna have an extra end stop port, and the end stop port on there should be 3 wires. They should be signal, 5 volts, and ground. So take my advice here and verify though, and because I'm not familiar with that exact board. Okay, and now we've got a bundle of wires loosely tied together with those little strips of heat shrink instead of 3 individual wires. They're going to be harder to deal with. I have that same heat gun. Yeah, I put my 5 amp hour battery on it. It seems to last long enough. What are we at on? Yeah, we still have two lights. On the 4.2 Creality board for Ender 3, there are 2 wire. Okay. Like I said, I don't know, but there's probably 5 volts you can get from somewhere else and use the probe signal wire. Hey, Kittrell. Okay, so those, and the last thing that we need to do is get a XT60 on here. Now, where did I put my XT60 connectors? I have a bunch of them. Look in a few spots. I should have been ready before this, but I forgot. Not there. I'm going to use braided for umbilicals instead. Braiding for umbilicals instead. That adds a lot of mass, or a lot of bulk to it. It adds a lot of bulk. Oh boy. I knew there was something I was forgetting to look for in prep. Not in there. Motorama is live. That's an awesome place to go see RC racing. Hey, Bearded Printer. No heat shrink around the bullet connectors. Absolutely, I'm going to heat shrink around those. Absolutely, 100% needed. I need to find my colored heat shrink because I want to put the colors back on them. There. Is annoying. I have whole bags of XT60 connectors. So I have to figure out where I put them. There. here. There. There. Where is the other? Aha, maybe in here. Maybe in here. Will it blend? Now the question is, will it 6S and live? No. Oh, come on. I would have thought they'd been in here. I do have a bunch of the correct bullet connectors, though, in here. Where in the world did I put those? It's an RC box. Okay. Are they up in here somewhere? Okay, maybe we skip that for now and move on. Yeah. Okay. We will skip that for a moment. Maybe pick that up next stream. I have bags of those. It's really kind of irritating that I don't know where they are. They should be in one of these bins. Oh, are they over here? No, those are all empty. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Shoot. Okay, I will just skip that for now. Back to the instructions. Okay, so things are going to go through here. So we'll run wires through. That's fine. So we can move on because I think I can get to all of this stuff with the body on the frame. So then we're building the body down to screws. We did those. We have not put the steering wheel in, so I think we can do that. Nerf blaster turret for the bed of this thing when you're done. We did the seats. And then steering wheel goes in. Okay, so this is where we left off. So steering can go in. Let's go ahead and do it. I think I can fit things in after. So M3 by 8. Going in from, you have purchased Downrider Pack accessories, you can choose alternate floor mats. Okay. Yeah, this is what I need to find, is that XT60. What is this doing? That's screwing in, is that screwing in the bottom of this? It is. Yeah, we won't put the seats in. We'll just skip putting in the seats, but we can put in the steering wheel. And those are in 3x8s. So if we have the body here, steering wheel, it's in like that, must be these two here. The dash goes in. What's up, buddy? Okay, so dashboard in. That looks great. My back. Come over here. And floor mats. Floor mats go in after the seat, I think. We can set them in there. Let's see. Floor mats. There. Floor mats. Did these on the MMU. Thanks, John. Hey, Dutch dude. Okay, so there are little tabs. You kind of see the tab right there that this tab goes into, and then it locks in on the back. So should be able to put that in like that and like that. And I think if this just falls out, then I think we need to wait. Okay, it's holding in so far, but we'll see how that does. I think the seats need to really lock it in there. That's how those would go. Yep, that's not for you to knock off the bench. It's not for you. Okay. Oh, I did find the schematic for the 422. Touch does have a run on 5 volts. Good. Then, oh, we get door stuff. So I didn't cut the door windows. I didn't finish cutting the door windows. So we're gonna save that for the next one, but we are gonna get these hinges and stuff in. So M3x8s and door hinges. Those are gonna be right there. I just found one right off. 2. These, I think, are the door hinges. Looks like a little bit of cleanup needed. Could be used. Looks like they were a little optimistic with their bridging there too. Don't know if that's gonna matter. I don't know if I should cut those out. I think think that'll be fine. So that uses an M3 by 8, and it goes in right like that, it looks like. There, and hey freak, it is a cool build. It's a lot of fun. 8 here, 2 here. Okay, the other side. What board would be a good replacement for the CR10? The one you used is not the one I used. What? Oh, yeah, you don't want to use... Realize that my Thingiverse page there, that's from 2018, probably, 17. That's a MKS Gen 1.4 board, probably. I mean, anything is going to be fine. Anything with at least 4 stepper drivers, right? There's stuff from Big Tree Tech, stuff from Mellow, stuff from all sorts of places that would work fine. Is this it? This must be them. Why do I have so many of them? Please. MakerBase. I don't know what their full offerings are right now, though. What is MakerBase making? They're making a few. We featured a MakerBase on my solid fork build the first time around. Is that right? That seems really, it seems to really stick out there. I don't think that's right. Maybe is that the right part? Well, there's a support that breaks out of there, but yeah, that's the right part. It does stick out. Okay. Yeah, it does stick out. Okay. That is correct. But there is a support also that we need to break out of there. So yeah. I did use a MOSFET for the heat bed. Be very careful going by that build. I mean, like I said, it's very old. Make sure you understand fully what's going on with it before going through. Why did I use a MOSFET? No. So whether you use an external MOSFET or not is going to be determined on whether the any MOSFET on the board is capable of handling the current of the bed that you're using. Hey, Shlunky Kong. Back from a family birthday. How are we all? Doing good. Doing good. We are starting to make... We spent 2.5 hours of playing with wiring, servo and speed control wiring. Now we're back to actually putting bits on the build. I burned up 2 ramps boards back in my early days before learning about external MOSFETs. Yeah. Okay. Those are all in. Oh, we get to do the hood. Nice. Are my comments too long? What? No, I just didn't read it yet. You mentioned maybe putting together a Tic Tac. What exactly is the difference between the Minion and the Tic Tac? Just what you know offhand. Well, the Minion is a 180 build. The Tic Tac is a 120 build. That's the main difference. The build size. And the Minion is a rat rig product. The Tic Tac is a reimagining of it in a smaller size by Squirrel Brain. Okay, hood stuff. 1, 2, not that. This is Tic Tac Belted Z. It is. Yep. It is Belted Z. Tic Tac is a stronger Minion with less build volume, using more metal bits while keeping all the overkill extrusions and rails and belts. It's a 120mm build volume printer that uses MGN 15s. That's all I needed to know. Where did those go? I'm puzzled. I am very puzzled. Yes. I have one hood half. Parts that don't match. I got one side and one side. Maybe they're in here? No. This is getting old. This is getting very old. Not having parts that I mean, I put everything in. I put everything in the spot. Maybe I just didn't dig enough, because here's this piece. Oh, I'm missing the other hood half. Where is the other hood half? I know I had one of those in my other garage, but I thought it was an extra printed piece. Maybe that's it. Let me go grab that real quick. I'll be right back. I have another one of these. If it's the other side, then we're good. I must have taken it over there showing someone something. I'll be right back. Found it. For a moment there, I was afraid that I might have thrown it away because I thought it was extra. But I'm back. Okay, then we have a bunch of little parts here. So we'll need some M2 screws. M2 socket. Okay. That should all be out for the most part. Supports. Hey, Joe. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we have hood ornament. Oh, that's not for you to knock off the bench. These two and a hood ornament. Where's the hood ornament? There it is. Got a little bit of a skirt to clean up. Scrape. Yep, that's my shirt. He's like, I know you have treats. Why aren't you giving me more treats? Oh. Okay. We need one M3 by 8. M3 by 8 to inch the hood ornament in there. And that's it for that one. So this guy goes in here, gets sandwiched over here. Is there a little, looks like there might be a little, yeah, a little bit of support to pop out of here. It's easy. Hey Arthur, H3D, how goes it? Go. Huh. Imagine it should close that gap. It doesn't. Why is that? Because I didn't get all of the support out. Let's try that first. Now let's try it. There we go. Much better. I don't want to tweak on that until we go a little further and see if we have to. And 3 by 8. V menu has been discontinued. Probably just a matter of resources versus sales. Go. I think that'll be fine. What filament did you use for those parts? It's beautiful. This is a one of the Proto-Pasta filament days. Bob Carnes here had it done. This is basically a Blood of My Enemies red with black glitter. Apparently it's slightly lighter than Blood of My Enemies, but the black glitter makes it dark. It is unobtainium filament unless you attended a one of their workshops and had it made. I have one roll of it, and I have enough left that if I feel like I need to reprint a part, I can. But that's about it. Okay, lots going on here. We have got 2 M2x6s. These are M2x8s going into there. We've got, what is that? Those are all M2x10s, holding things together. So let's do the M2x6s first and put these little hood latches on. Hood latches. Using M2x6. Hey, be nice. Okay. Hood latches and 2x6s. Let's be these. Have you done one of these models yet, Joe? Joe Mike? Delayed response, doing great. Thank you. How are you? I am enjoying the build. Has anyone here built this model? Is anyone that's here built this model? Not yet, too busy with blasters and vorons. Yeah. I get that. My blaster collection has grown. Okay, it's a little support on these, easy to come out. These are otherwise, oh, there we go. These are M2x8s. So, I think that goes like that. Seems to fit a little better one way than the other. I don't know if that's true or if it's, oh, and this is one of those they have you drill through. So let's, I did have an M2 here. Let's grab this and my invice. Or is there anything people would like to see for the next, once this build is done? You want to get right into another one like the Torque or Skippy, or you want to do something different? We could do like a, potentially do, well, I don't think I want to wait that long. I was going to say we could do like a 1-day Prusa Mini rebuild because I've been wanting to rebuild my Prusa Mini. Okay, let's see how this is going to go. Assembling the torque right now. So many parts, aren't they? There's so many parts. Wait, what? Mini rebuild to change what? I printed all the parts for the Mini in PCCF. So black, Prusament PCCF, and blue Ambrosia PCCF. It's kind of inspired by David from Prusa doing rebuilding and posting on X about rebuilding Minis with the Prusament PCCF. So I thought it would be fun to do the same. Hey, Ed. There we go. These do have seem to have a particular way that they sit in there. I have all the parts of my CR10. It is no longer in printer form. Boat would be a pleasant change and should be a quicker build as well. I wouldn't mind doing the boat for sure. Oh, it's not. Ah, that does not want to go in. What is going on? Okay. Definitely need to hold that steady there. Yeah, that does not want to go in properly. Let's try the other one. Stability. Get the other one to go in better. Thanks, Jack. Ooh, it did not go in better. I'm going to want to replace that. It went in at an angle that it didn't need to, shouldn't have. So I'm going to go ahead and tighten this. It's basically junk. I'm going to reprint that part and redo it later. Okay. Then we have, looks like M2x10s to hold this all together. This is the M2x10, right? 2, 3, 4. Okay. Hey Raj, how do you get the Cricut to cut your windows out? I used the heavy blade, is that what it's called? And, shoot. I used the heavy blade and I imported the STLs into Fusion and changed them into solids, and then exported a DXF from that and imported that into the Cricut software. Wow, this is fiddly. There we go. Okay, so that page is done. Now, install the hood onto the body. With M3x10s from the top into there. So this goes in there. M3x10s to there. And then M2x10s for these little insert pieces. So M3x10s. Now the 3DSets recommends this Tamiya clear PLA for the windows. And I used that and I cut it with the Cricut for the Sakura, the 240Z model. It basically scored it and then I had to break it. It wasn't super clean. For this, I bought some clear PVC sheets. They're real small, but they have protective films on it as well. And that stuff cut really good on the Cricut. So, but it's much smaller sheets. They are, well, at least what I've found so far. It's let's see, can we see it? Can we get it to focus? 10-piece clear plastic sheet, and they're like this. So I was able to cut basically the front windshield, one door, and the rear out of one sheet. Amazon, yeah. It's 0.4 millimeters thick. It's the same thickness as they recommend. So, yeah. Pushes down onto the screws that are right here. See the screw head there and the little thing there, and that snaps into place. And then we have these little pieces. You can see them here. One And one more. These little winglet pieces, I think, need to be cleaned up. Okay, so these go in, and then there is a, okay, it's these screw together first, and then it's just snaps into there. Okay. Get rid of all the little skirt bits off. Okay, M2 by 10 to hold these together. Welcome back, Tuxedo. Is the acetate pretty rigid? What acetate? Is that one of the film types? The electronics are almost done. I can't find my my XT60 connectors at the moment. A little irritating because I have a whole brand new box or bag of the black, gray with black cover versions. Okay, so then this has little features here, and I think it just snaps in, just like that. Cool. Okay. Hey, we get to do the engine. Woohoo! I've been wanting to do the engine for a while. Okay, engine. Let's do the engine. Okay, so we have pieces. We have this piece, we have exhaust, we have a we're going to do this first. So what do we have? M2 by 6s, the top and the main block. Okay, so main block, 3DSets goes into little grooves there. Oh, there's a couple of supports to pop off of here. Okay. Is that actually, oh, it just sets proud of that a little bit. And M2 by 6s. We're back on Black Box tomorrow, and I'm pretty convinced the Black Box is going to go 2 more streams. So I'm sure everybody's going to groan at the extra opportunity to win a kit. Did not stripped immediately, so we're just going to ignore it. That did fine. Yeah, those front ones didn't like to tighten down at all, but they're fine. It's not going anywhere. It's an appearance part. Then we're going to bolt the blower on here. That direction. Those are in 2x6s going in from the top. Box turtle. Box turtle. You're not used to me saying the wrong thing. I meant box turtle. Hey, Thunderkeys. Apparently, we're going to rename the box turtle project to black box. It's not going to get confusing at all. As long as we don't say turtle box, then we're fine, right? Black box turtle thingy. So yeah, tomorrow will be box turtle, and it will be, we should get to the point where it's sitting on the printer and we're beginning to configure. I don't expect to actually print. Because I think if we did try to print tomorrow, it's going to be at the very end of like a 5-hour stream, and we're not going to actually get an opportunity to give it the time that we need to. So I'm anticipating it going to another stream, and hopefully, ideally, us having a ton of time to set up a print and actually give it some time to go through the settings and get things going. So, and it's funny. I mentioned this, and I'm going to mention it probably tomorrow. So Schlonky Dong here. I'm so sad at myself. I'm so sad at myself. Schlonky Kong here is won the first drawing, Box Turtle's request number 1, or Box Turtle stream number 1, and he's going for a cereal before I'm done with the series. Scratch that, reverse it. Nobody heard that. It happened on a member stream. It didn't happen. What happens in the Charlie's Angel stream stays in the Charlie's Angel stream until it goes public. I am so irritated at myself for that. Okay, where is that part? Part is not right here, which means it's got to be in here. There it is. I have like a 3-year streak on that. I had a 3-year streak from the very first mention. I have a 3-year streak on that, and I just ruined it. Oh well. Get to start a new streak. At least it'll always be Demlar, right? Okay, that page is done. Then all the M2x6s. It's gonna have ounces of weight and fasteners in the motor. Darn it. Anyway, I still think it's funny that you're going to have your serial from the first kit win while I'm still doing the series. I think that's impressive. Hey, Obi-Wan. Hello there. What color are you doing? What color is the box turtle? Nope, not that one apparently. Bottom one. Top one locks in the... And then the back. Black main, LDO, dark teal accent. Nice. Almost done with the rebuild of my first box turtle. Cool. So the question, Schlonky, did you use my skirts? Did you print my skirts? Hey, Gulsifer, thank you. My free spool of dark teal from Smurf. Cool. It's good filament. I printed the Frax flex arm black parts as black LDO ABS. Seems to print pretty well. I did. They made me realize that 00 isn't perfectly set. That's a common thing. That is so common. Actually setting the your end stops to where you hit all of your bed where you expect to. That's probably something that could be covered better. And it's definitely something that could be made easier in firmware. Okay. And then what does that go in? Oh, from the bottom, an M2x6 for the... a way to prevent slippage of the wheel drives on the respoolers. Tuxedo, the only thing I was concerned about with that is not all of that those 8mm shafts are easy to drill. If they're hardened or whatever, or if they're stainless, then someone may have a difficult time doing that. But otherwise, it's a great idea. Distributor cap. Those are hard to hold on to. I had to get it in here. Then this is, I'm kind of pleased with this. The belts, you doing it on the MMU instead of just layer changes allows the full pulley to be silver. I think the LDO ones are hardened steel. Turns out both ones from LDO or as Execs are not hardened. But it's something to be aware of if that's a general suggestion that you don't necessarily know where the parts are being sourced from. And folks might have a hard time drilling into some materials. Little skirt pieces on these. You would expect the black part to be soft. I didn't want to attempt a TPU print here. Okay, so this, and this is just very, very much cosmetic, of course. And 2x8s. Check if the shaft is hardened. If you can't scuff the end of the shaft with a file, don't try to drill it. Oh, I didn't want that one actually. I wanted this one. I printed two of them. One of them turned out better than the other. Of course, TPU and PLA don't go together well, right? Okay. So the price for the STLs was ridiculously high. And then I'm seeing all the detail and work that went into it. I'm having a change of heart. Absolutely. 100%. They have gone up in price over the past couple of years. I still think the amount of work they put into these and the level of detail you get makes it worth it. I think they've done a ridiculously good job with these models and improving them over time. So if you look at one of the lower cost earlier models, there is a marked difference in the level of detail you get out of the model versus the new models. Looking at the interiors and the even just like the little details on the outside, the lights and stuff like that are so much better. TPU and PLA do go together. They don't go together well. I think you you're best off if you want something to be, to have a physical feature to lock them together. Okay. So now, what is this? You choose between various styles of exhaust. Okay. So I am not using the downrider exhaust. I think and I can always change my mind later, but I think I'm gonna go with the exhaust that you see here in the picture. So let's see. Bunch of M2x6s now. What in the world? I don't have two of the same part. No. Okay, so that's like that. So this is like that. This comes up in here, and this is the other one. Whoa, how does this go? Yeah, I think that goes like that. I think there's a little slot here. I think this goes, hopefully goes up in there. Yeah, that's pretty sure that's correct, and then it'll go. Yep. Okay, and then how does that go? Okay. I think sides running along the running board, yeah, like you're saying, with just poking out the side would be my preference to the stacks. Yeah, those are by 6. They're not 8s. Hey, Adam, how are you? We have got to find time to do that stream. I am not sure when, but I want to do it. It has not left my mind. Has not left my plans. I was just talking to someone at work this last week. I think it was Thursday. They just bought a HueForge license to work on stuff. You'll be in touch, yeah. After I'm done, after the Tic Tac stream with Daniel, that series, which I think is only going to take 2 or 3 weeks, because we're streaming twice a week. If you're up to 3 weeks, there is definitely a section of time there where I don't have anything planned. I have lots of things I could do, but I don't have anything necessarily planned at the moment. So now this one goes like this, right? Does it go like this? Johnny. Hey, Clownhammer. It's a loud manifold. It would be, absolutely. Isn't that the point though? Notice me. In 4 hours. This is going to be, I don't know if I'm going to have this done before I go, before, what would be, yeah, I don't know if I'll have this done before I go to China. Maybe finishing this up when we get back. Yeah. Going to China in March. Going to TCT Asia. Yeah, it is pretty epic. Kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity. Okay. And then M2x12s going through the whole thing into the this is where it's going to really start looking like an engine. And 2x12s, that should be these guys. Sure. Yep. Oh, someone was asking before. I don't remember who. I think they were asking about this. This is all printed. There's no paint or markers or anything. TCT Asia, a little time in Shenzhen. I'm gone for, I think, 9 days, basically. 9 days including travel. This is cool. I love how these valve covers turned out. Would be cool if the belt would spin when you drive. Yeah. You're gonna break something. Okay. Then I chose the compressor head B. Never got to go to China. I did get to Japan, Indonesia, and India. Nice. So in 2x12 to hold that on, but there is a, so we have this. I have this that goes in there. So let's see how we can do. So that should go in that end. And this whole thing should hopefully kind of flex and pop in there. Make sure that this is some tweezers and help bend this in the right direction. No, come out. Oh, no, it's bending in the wrong direction. Bend the other way in order for this to work. There we go. There we go. Seems to want to set like that. I think that'll be okay. They don't really move. They're in a slot there, but they are very fixed. They don't move. Okay, so then this all goes in here and slides, kind of dovetails into here, and then 12mm holding it in. Sweet. Sweet, sweet. So what is this now? 2 and 3x8s to hold it into the cab. Goes upside down here. 2 and 3x8s. So this is going to come in here and open up the hood for the exhaust to get through here. Huh. I don't think they thought this through very much. I don't think they thought through the yeah, with the exhaust in there, this is the couple of little things, stuff like this, that's a little frustrating with the build. It's not bad, but with all of this attached, you can't really get this in here. I don't think I'm missing anything. I got a little thing that's bugging me here. Little booger. There we go. Big distributor cap in the block would make it awesome. Yeah. Yeah, this cannot go in here. Maybe angle. Nope. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to pull the hood off. I can't easily pull the hood off, so I'm gonna pull, I think, the valve covers off. I can't easily pull the hood off because I clipped that one piece in. Just like a real car, yeah. So I think, because these can definitely be added back on after this is in there. I might even be able to do this with just taking one side off. So we're going to try it with just taking one side off. Little bit of flex. There we go. Just barely. Just barely. Like pour sheet service procedure requires the same step number 1, disassemble entire vehicle. Okay, so now this can come back on here. You can get in here. It absolutely would have been easier with the engine first and then, wow, you're right. Probably would have been easier adding the hood scoop too. Could have done either way. Cool. Cool. Okay. What do we got? Cab installation. Install the cab on the chassis. It's a big step. Just 4 screws onto the chassis. This is a good one because this is going to kind of stabilize a lot of this. Yeah, this filament color is great. I really appreciate Bob giving me a roll of it. Wow, that sucks. I slipped, put my finger through the rear window, and it snapped loose. So I gotta put that back on. That goes. That goes back on like that. This. Go. Wasn't too bad. Just put my finger through the back, so that's all. So this is gonna set, making sure all my wires are out of the way. Sits on there. That. Screws over here that were used. Okay. just like this. Two more. And there are nuts that we had put in the cab that these are threading into, so these are nice strong connections. Go. This will come up through here, and I have access to all this, and I have access to the zip tie stuff, so I think I'm okay not having done all of the electronics yet. Let's run this through here. And up into there. This one around, also into there. And we'll zip tie that later. Okay. That is looking, oh, look at that. This is gonna go down here, and there's a screw probably that we need to put in there. Yep, in 3x10. And 2 in. Looks like, where are those going? Oh, into the fronts. Okay, so those are in 3x10s. And then, oops. And 3x10s going in from the side into that piece. Okay. So these should pop up away, and 4 and 3x10s. Here. Yep, there we go. Oh, I don't know why I wasn't doing this. The hole for that. Where is that hole? Oh, that's right there. I think, no, this has to move down quite a bit. What is holding this up? Put these up in there. There we go. Up through here, grabs onto these front body pieces. Other side here. Try not to rub on the body, rub all over, because it'll just show up as scratches. Am I getting that? Hard to tell. Yeah, I think I do. Now this front piece, this needs to go in quite a bit. Wow. There we go. Interesting. Balanced? Staying? It's an interesting little bit here because it's not taking a bit of tweaking to get it to line up. Oops, what did I just break? Oh, nothing. Okay. There we go. Okay, now this side, now that the other side is there, this side lines up better. Yep. Oh. So are those wrong? What do I have done wrong here? I must have done the exhaust upside down. That was so hard to tell. It was so hard to tell what direction those were supposed to be. This also doesn't like to open. There we are. I think these are on the wrong sides. I think it needs to come up. Although if you look at the picture here, this matches. This matches, but the hood won't close. The hood won't close. Is there somewhere? Oh, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. It's not that. Are you serious? Shoot. Okay. The engine slots into the frame right there, I think. So I think that's where all of my issues are coming from, is the engine didn't slot into the frame. So let's pull this apart before I really break something. I think the engine's sitting too high. This one. And this one. And it probably had a little note I missed. Let's go see. Let's go find out. Okay, so that's all of those. There was probably a note when we put the chassis. No, it just says put it down on the chassis. But I'm pretty certain the problem I'm running into is because the engine isn't in the right spot on the frame. whole thing should come off now. Make sure I got these guys loose. These guys loose. My all-in driver. There we go. That's what was needed. There we go. Okay. So now, how does that actually, how can it? It can't. It can't actually slide in there. There's nothing I could have done different. That is freaking weird. Sorry. This little feature here, I think needs to go into the frame right here. And because of the way the engine goes in there, yeah, because that closes and that misses right there here. So what was happening with the exhaust, it was pushing, the whole engine was being pushed up because it can't go into here. I have an idea of what we can do. I think I can put the transmission and motor in after the body's on. But that's a pretty gigantic oversight if this is correct. That's a pretty giant oversight in the assembly procedure. I'm gonna try it because this doesn't take much. 4 screws. That slides over the motor shaft, but it can't get into, well, and I've thrown, maybe, oh, well, maybe that's it. Maybe it's me. It couldn't be. It's never me. Let's see if it's me. Let's see if it's me. Let's get rid of this zip tie. Maybe that zip tie I put in here is what's causing it. But it's never me. There. I don't think that helped. I don't think that zip tie was in the way. It might actually be in the way, but I don't think it was the cause of the problem there. Let's go ahead and continue with removing the transmission. Those are 8s. This will stay here. Yes, I know. That needs to stay there. I think these need to come out. Unbuilds. It's unbuilding. As long as it's not rapid and unexpected, then we're okay. Okay. So now let's see we have this. This hood really is kind of in the way, isn't it? There's no way to slot that in. It feels like it needs to slot in. Maybe it flexes in. Yeah, this... Has anybody watched? I know Alan built one of these, and Jeremy and built one. There's nothing here that I would feel super confident in pushing on. Is the problem. Ah, yep. It flexed into place. It flexed into place, and hey, look at that. Everything's sitting where it should now. Flexed it into place. It clears the exhaust. Okay. So now my hope is that I can get this, the transmission back in there. I know they built one. I was just curious if they ran into a similar challenge. I think I'm running into an issue of not wanting to press on something too hard, and it required pressing on something harder than I was willing to. Okay, so body's back on there. Let's go ahead and... We're losing the... U thread in. Like that. Yeah, and I mean, Jeremy is Lee Marie, right? I'm not losing my mind. That's what I was talking about. Okay. Yeah, that sets all in the right spot. Why aren't you threading in now? Where are you? This is still not ideal. Go. I had to tweak it a little bit. Good, I'll catch you later. See you, Andrew. Oh, this truck would look good in a lot of colors. You're right. A lot of different colors. I'm putting all these screws in. I don't know that I can get the transmission in. Clears. So now let's do this. Okay, so that, shoot. Oh, sorry for the, let's do this. Servo wire pinched here, so there, that's better. That's out of the way. Maybe I'll move this to a little zip tie right there. Just want to keep everything out of the way of the steering. That's not going to do that. So instead, just make sure that it's tight. That's going to be the best. Wow, that's not going to be the best. I think I need to reroute those steering wires, those servo wires. I've got a issue. I've got the main steering arm here is now going to move right past those wires. So I think I'm going to, what am I going to do? Might be able to get a different, leave it in the same position, but a different zip tie in there. That is a pain though. So there's another little, they really should have some set tie down spots for servo wiring, especially going around, around moving components like the suspension and the steering. I think that I'm going to have a really tough time getting a zip tie in there, but we're going to try. What time is it? 4 hours. Let's try one of these. Long and thin zip tie. Okay. Oh, I want to go to the other side of this. There we go. Okay. Yep. I think this will do okay. This will keep it from being in the way of that arm. Here. There we go. So now that's gonna, that zip tie I just put in right there, it's gonna keep that up out of the way of this arm, just barely. Yep, just barely. Okay. let's get the transmission back in. So this guy, I think is gonna have to go. Let's keep this out of the way. So there. Here's our, this. I think that's good. I think that was pretty painless. As long as this will all tighten down. Yep, that tightened down there. It is a little mind-boggling that the whole motor transmission assembly is effectively held in with 2 screws. Now this can come back up through here. Get 4 with the torque. Yeah, it is a little odd that it's held down with 2 and 3x10s. There we go. It's tied into there. Cool. Oh. What do they have us doing? Yep. Start putting the bed together. What do we do with the bed? What's the first? Let's do a little bit more and then we'll probably call it. I gotta get ready for tomorrow. Continuing the box turtle build. I wouldn't mind putting this part together because it gets more pieces assembled. I think that's this. What time is the stream? 10 a.m. Pacific. Yep, same time every time. You get a good view there. So we have bed pieces. I think all the things have been taken off. So this is right like that. And then we have, this must be this side. This goes on that. And those are 3x8s. So let's start putting those in. this is, oh, this must be the battery tray. This is the front. Slippery little parts. Where did that screw go? Where did you go? There it is. Okay, and then 3x6 on the back into there. And then 2x6 holding the tail lights on. So this is the downrider pack tail lights that I'm using. If we go here to there's a link here for the downrider pack instructions, and make sure the fasteners and stuff are the same. This is the alternate exhaust. But where are the tail lights? Bumper. They don't actually show the tail lights. Unless I missed them up here somewhere. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. Which way do these things go? Where's it? There we are. Okay, so pointing down. Pointing down is really what I was looking for. What way these go. So, if they said in 2x6, is that what it was? And 2x6, yep. Does it come with a mini smoke machine for the stacks? Well, I'm not using the stacks, so I'm not too worried about any smoke machines. Are these? Oh, no, okay, good. Yeah, MIP drivers are really nice. That's for sure. Little igniters in there. This has been a very, I mean, what are we on part 4 of this, or is this part 3? Part 3 or 4? This is a very involved build. Definitely more than the 240Z. Hey, Keith. And then there's little lenses that go in here, but they don't snap in. Maybe they're supposed to, but I'll have to glue those in. Not gonna worry about that at the moment. Okay, so that's that page. And then we have a cross brace. This. There is a direction on here. So that must be there. Ah. What way is this? Must be like that. Okay. So it must go like this. Screws on the back, smooth side up. It's got to go in here. Must flex to get in there. Right. There we go. A little bit of flex and M2 by 10. Do you have a trailer so you can tow the Nissan? This model does not have a trailer hitch. Their crawlers do have trailer hitches, which is a little disappointing because if we build the boat next, I won't have anything to tow it with. I have the parts for a landy, but I'm actually going to build a bamboo out of it. Yes, I'm going to build a bamboo. You heard it here. First time, I'm going to build a bamboo. Yes, I mean, I'm going to build a bamboo. What are those? In 3x8. Three by 8? There are multiple choices. I'm probably going to go fairly basic. Okay. I got a nice sturdy bed now. Want to come help me install beefy idlers? I am going to build a bamboo. See? Bamboo. So the reason I want to build the bamboo over any of the others is, once again, it's the newest one. The most details, the most things that they've learned going into a model. This is more like a Toyota Land Cruiser type. They have a Landy, which is a Land Rover, but they have a Landy, which is a different model. The Landy Rancher Landy. So they are very similar. You're right. Very similar looking. But this is one of their original models and very, very basic in the details. See the dash? There's a prime example right there. Look at the dash. Look at the door. Look at the door skin here, the door panel. It's all very basic models. And when you get into, you've seen the details that we've been building on here. So if you go to the bamboo, let's see what they've got going on the interior. See how they've started to add right here. They've got different pieces to add some detail. Look at the dash you can see from here. This is a much more detailed model than the earlier stuff. You got some engine details. So that's how it looks in real life. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah. Excited to build a tanker. I can play with that a little bit when I go to do that. The problem is I can't build, it's just not possible for me to build all of these on a stream. It's just not possible. I'm gonna have to just build something on my own. If I even can get to it. Oh, cool, I can put my license plate on. Cool, cool. What are those? M2x6s. Even the Series 2 Land is basic. Series 3 Land Rover is as basic as you can get, yeah. Got this. Did I put this into? No. That and license plate. Got my license plate. Era appropriate colors. Where does this go? This is like that and that. Oh, I gotta drill those out, it looks like. Is that right? It's gotta be. Yeah, okay. If you want to get rid of some of that CR10 or what's left of it, use parts from it. It is first gen CR10 Spectra. It really isn't worth it. It really isn't worth it. It's single lead screw, 12 volt. I don't have any of the printed parts I did on it anymore. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah. It is 2017 era. Still my first print off of it though. Okay, and 2x6. License plate on. It was a little cloverleaf shot glass. Built the mini roadie dumper during the holidays. Really impressed. You can almost no screws on the finished model. Yeah. The thing I'm not excited to build those. I've built the mini rescuer. I don't really like their little drivetrain on them. It's very loose. It's not very, it just doesn't appeal to me. So I don't think I'll be building any more of that series of their stuff. There we go. And then this comes up here. Ah, goes right in there like that. And M3x8. They do a really good job with those models. It just doesn't appeal to me. They are far less expensive to build. So if you want to get into it, they are a great way to do that. Okay. Not putting the fire extinguisher in, at least not for now. Hey, it can go on. This is what I was kind of wanted to get to, because I want to see how the routing for this, how we can do the routing for this stepper back, or the servo back here. So I feel like this is going to have to come back here. Maybe, let's see how this sets on here. It's kind of interesting. It goes there and there. Okay, so that's got to go under all of this, which is fine. That's good. But I don't think I'm in the way of anything if I take this through here. So if I take this through here and then through here and then into here. Now how can I anchor that is the question. Maybe I can take it around the other way. Looping around there. Maybe I can go like here. And then there's zip tie it to this bar right here. That's gonna hold it. That's gonna be out of the way of everything, I think. I think that'll work out pretty well. Zip tie it around that. When are you going to build a droid? On the list. Do the kits use the included servo splines or do you print them out? The horns, the servo horns are generally used, the production, the metal ones. I think there is a printed one in one of the kits. I don't remember. It might have been printed on the little mini rescuer. Okay, so if that goes like that, and this will just kind of set down away, we'll do like that. And then this will come under here and into here. Be just right about perfect. I think I'm going to put a second one over here just to really hold that in place. What droid would you build, Brent? I know not Steve would like to build a droid, maybe with me, maybe at least have a hand in some of the advice and stuff and that kind of thing. So it's appealing. I just don't know what and when is always the question. Off to bed. See you, Andres. Okay, I'm pretty okay with that. That feels like it's out of the way. This is just suspension ride height. It doesn't, even if it touches it, it's not gonna hurt it. It goes right over into here. And and not too much wire to deal with, about the same as the other ones. So I think that will work just fine. So that means we have in 3x8s pretty much everywhere, holding this all in. I started with the pit droid, static. I'm gonna go R2-D2. I also don't want to end up with a project that's going to be a year-long thing either. We are getting there. Animatronic pit droid. Something that looks like a truck. What are these go in 3x8 still? Okay. That seems odd. I guess that's gotta be correct. Where do these go? There's holes there and holes on the end. It seems really odd that it doesn't use those. And I can't, there's no view of that. We need, is it Vooks or who is it that's doing the box turtle manuals? We need box turtle manuals for this. See you, Jeff. That seems really odd the way this goes, because it feels like it's not in the right spot, but it kind of has to be. There's no other way for this to go, but it also doesn't quite, these don't quite line up. I've got to kind of push things into place. Is there any chance I've got this backwards? I don't think so. No? There's no chance I've got it backwards. Oh. That's weird. From the top. Let's look at this from the top. We do have an extra hole there. That hole is visible. Oh, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. My fault. It's never my fault. I see what's going on. Let's pull these. Vooks, yeah. We need to get them in touch with 3DSets here. We need 3D models that we can rotate around and pick colors. That would be amazing for this. Here's what I'm doing wrong. Let's see if I missed their mention of it. No, they just say install bed. A little bit that they could improve. This actually has pockets here that the end goes into. You gotta set it in here and probably make sure that those are all cleaned out. Yeah, there's some cleaning of the of these could be done. I'm not gonna take the fault for this. I think that should have been called out. Definitely needs a little bit of, what can I use to, I'm just cleaning out the pocket here with a different blade, something shorter. See if that worked. Let's see, tab A into slot B. Is a tight fit. I don't know what I can do to help that besides just kind of whittle away at it. Try that. Yeah, it's still going for a minute. This is quite a bit more force than I think it should need. Quite a bit more force. It's going like that. So let's trim a little angle down here. So I can have a little different angle of little clearance as it goes, as it slots into place. See if that helped. It's far too difficult to put on. They need a lot more space there. Yeah. This is going to go on like that. So let's do that. What you suggested, file the tab a bit. Wow. Angle on the end here, maybe I can get the problem is it's got to get over the downrider parts And it's just not going in there. What is going on? It's just not going all the way into these slots. Yeah, that's that. This corner and this spot down here is what I need the clearance in order to get a better angle on it. A little bit more out of here. Okay. Any further on there? It's like it's, oh. I think the problem I'm actually running into is it's running into the body here now. This is not well thought out. This is pretty disappointing, actually. This is really disappointing. Extremely disappointing. I don't understand how others have done this without similar degrees of pain. It just simply doesn't want to go on there. It's hitting right here. I mean, the body's in place. It feels like the sequence of installation. This would have been a whole lot easier to install the bed before the cab, because there's nothing about the bed that's going to get in the way of installing the cab. It didn't break. It went in, but that was not okay. We ran into stuff like this on the Sakura even. Little things that are painful in the moment. I could have installed but pulling the cab off would have been a pain at this point. I could have installed the cab after the bed. And I think their instructions should say that, because that would have been a whole lot easier without the cab in the way, because the angle going in there, this bottom was rubbing onto the cab, because they want you to slot in this part back here. Now all of this makes sense of where the screws go. Cab is a pain to remove. That's not great for an RC if you ever need to work on it. These to me are more functional static models. That's, yeah, 100%. These are not the same. They should not be considered the same as some Asher model, some Traxxas or whatever. I think the idea here is be able to drive around a really cool looking RC car. But if you are expecting to take it off of jumps, you're gonna have a bad time. Okay. Poor installation order aside, that's pretty cool. Bed is on. Bed is on, and we are on to, I'm not gonna do NOS. Let's put the tube frame in though, because that's cool. I'm not gonna do the NOS. We've got some parts there. That'll tie all that together, and that's probably where we'll call it. Okay, oops, this is where we actually want to be. We've got a M3x14s. M3x14s coming in from the front, and M3x14s there, and two M3x8s there. Get more parts printed. So how does this go? So that goes there. That here. It must go there. It goes there, and that goes there. Where do I start? My M3x14s first. I'm still gonna I'm gonna need some protection here. How are these? Are these the same? Oh, those have little bolts there. Is a, here we go, this view. Yeah, these have a shape to them, looks like. Have a, okay. So if that goes there, oops, the other way. It's gotta go. That way, I think. And there's a little tab here, a little thing here, and a tab on there. 3x14. Go through here. Where does that go? There we go. And that away. Where's my? There it is. Okay. This goes on here. Need to get more parts printed for my box turtle batch 2 kit. Awesome. And then this goes on there. Then from the underside here, screw that goes through, and that's what this screw was. Go. It's doing good. What is that? That's not fun. I've got a bum screw there. Might not be able to remove that. Okay. Similarly, this one goes there. Like that. Away. Okay. Well, I have NOS. I was not going to install the NOS bottles. That's not my thing. Might not be as fast because of that. Might leave a few horses on the table. But not really my thing. That's cool. And then M3x8s were the ones that go into the here from the battery box. Exactly. NOS is cheating. And that one just stripped. Because there's not really any meat for it to go into. So, whatever. Whatever. Here we go. This is where we're at today. Get this. There we go. That's good progress still. Couple of frustrations. Folks were asking earlier, what about these? And that's the kind of things you sometimes run into. But yeah, it is looking very awesome. I'm very curious about this. The whole thing is only 2 screws. 2 screws. They had plenty of room to throw a screw up here. To throw at least 4 in there. So it is going to be so sweet. But this part, holy moly, that was more frustrating than dealing with the engine. At least this, I think I just needed to push it down a little harder and it would have snapped into place and been okay. But this part back here, this is poor This is poor either instructions, order of instructions, or they could have tweaked these parts to be a whole lot easier to install, not require as much space up here. The best part. So, with that, thank you. Let's get a good view of the cats there. They're waking up, at least Felix is. We'll be back at this tomorrow. Not this, but back at streaming tomorrow. Continue the box turtle build. I do not expect to finish tomorrow. So, we'll have 2 more streams on that. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. This was 5 hours, which is a lot. We'll be back out this probably in 2 weeks, but we'll see. I'll talk about it closer to when we do. Yeah, have a good rest of your Saturday, if it's still Saturday where you are, and hope to see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Thanks again. And enjoy the build. Frustrations, you can still enjoy a build with frustrations. Bye.